Okay, let's go ahead and get this going here. Uh, I was thinking of, the little swing music. It was very bouncy. If I have words today, um, let me find something that is not so. Maybe this will work. I like that as an intro. There we go. Let's try this radio station. See if this works. And if not, y'all just let me know if that is not the station you want to hear. I've been dealing with allergies all day. I had a Flonase. The Flonase is not working today. I was also feeling really down the weather. I'm getting better. It's just one of those days. I do have a couple of good news stuff going on. Actually, before I start getting into like the tarot message of the day, the third book is printed. Thank you for everyone who was really happy to see that post on Blue Sky. The third book is printed, so I could like do my revisions on it. I did some preliminary edits on it, just from the raw glance at the structure. I moved some chapters around, or at least some scenes around to different chapters and etc. So I just moved some things around, and then I was able to like just print it out. And even my mom was really excited in seeing the thing printed. So thank you everyone for your support. Also, sorry I alarmed some people with my post about like struggling mentally about this whole revision process. I was not. I wasn't in danger or anything. It's just, I wanted to be transparent about like me mentally struggling, with this whole thing about, being an author and keep trying to do the thing over and over again. And you would think like things will get easier as you do it. Hi, Cosmic Theorist. Welcome back. So I'm fine right now. I don't have a lot of anxiety. I figured out the root of my anxiety, which I had posted on Blue Sky. And after I made the Blue Sky post, I felt a whole lot better. Just acknowledging it out loud, what was bothering me. And I was able to push through my workday yesterday, in which accumulated me like printing out that book and putting it in the binder. So, yeah. So, it's all on Blue Sky if you want to check. But if you are not able to check, it's just me getting a little bit twisted about like not getting my edits back from my publisher, which they're fine. Nothing's wrong. They're fine. They're doing what they're supposed to do on their own schedule and timeline. It's just for some reason my little brain said, okay, before we do this next step in the revision, I should be doing these edits now. And when the edits are done, I'll be able to do this revision. It's for some reason just putting it in a certain schedule list to do thing format, and it just made me think of the worst case scenarios because I wasn't checking off my list, which is weird. I know it's weird, but my brain just kind of created this emergency, which was not an emergency in the slightest. So I posted those on Blue Sky just to like be transparent about like the mental struggles one can get as an author. I'm so sorry my voice is so froggy. I did want to alarm anyone, and I did appreciate people who said like, "Hey, you got this. Go get him. You know, we're rooting for you." That did help me a lot to like push through and keep at it. That did help. I needed that little tiny bit of encouragement, and that just helped me push through whatever it was I was dealing with. But not to alarm people or anything. It wasn't terribly scary or anything like that. Okay. Since you are a subscriber, I'll use the Oracle Delphi card or deck. It kind of was wanting to come out and play, but that was like the stronger, Oracle card. And since that manifestation reading tends to be more Oracle based, I like using this deck for it. Tarot has a structure where you have the major arcana and the minor arcana. And the minor arcana is like the play card suits. Your clubs, spades, hearts, and diamonds correlated with your swords, cups, pentacles, and cups, wands, swords, and pentacles. So it has that kind of internal structure. And the major arcana talks about major life events and situations. It kind of is a flashcard symbolism to talk about the major life moments or life lessons you'll be experiencing. The Oracle cards kind of take the major arcana to a whole new level where they created a whole deck based around a certain thing. And they have paragraphs talking about what that theme is. And each card has a certain description that will help you, understand the meaning of where they're coming from. So the manifestation reading came from the Beyond Lemuria deck. And since this particular Oracle deck is wanting to come out and play, I'm going to use that for your reading. And then since you're a subscriber, I'll use the Oracle Delphi as an added bonus. Now I'm going to do it the other way. Oh, and it would help if I looked at my manifestation thing. How to manifest it, what to let go to make space for it. Oh, opportunities. Okay. I had to look at my crib notes. have so much going on mentally, I can't keep track of it all. So sorry you had to hear me ramble. I just wanted to make sure everyone who had saw this post, not to be alarmed. I'm totally fine. I was just struggling with anxiety in the past couple of days. Oh, I'm feeling a lot better now. It was something that I was going through in the past. Okay, so this is how you could accelerate what you're trying to manifest. This is what to let go to make space for it. And any opportunities you should be made aware of. And let's go ahead and get you an oracle card. Another oracle card. Okay. And we got Sorceress, which is about manifesting your desires. Cool. I like how this is all lining up. So let me go ahead and rotate it so that way you can see the cool, pretty stuff. Since I know this is upside down on my desk. Okay. How to help accelerate what you're trying to bring into this world, whatever you're trying to make happen. We have the violet flame. As we deepen our spiritual path, step out of illusory constructs and become empowered beings. Life presents more opportunities to grow than before. Your sensitivity will be heightening, so it may be harder to spend time in places with certain energies. Do you have a range of accessible go-to practices for recentering, cleansing your aura, and protecting your energy field? A routine for psychic fitness will keep your aura strong and resilient, your energy sovereign, and your vibration high, and help you to see through illusions that block or disorient. Bring the violet flame into your meditation and self-care practices for graceful rebalance. You really don't have a routine. So to help you get into the right mindset, do some grounding techniques, self-care stuff, like meditation, something of that nature where you could go into center and recenter yourself so that way you can go forward with your work that you're trying to bring. Or the work that you're doing to bring whatever you're trying to manifest. So, it's a way of physically self-aligning yourself. And making sure you have the calm in the eye of the storm. So go ahead and set that up, and that will help you accelerate the process. All right, what to let go to make room for what you're bringing to life. We have fire. We live in a dualistic world. Actually, let me go ahead and just do it this way. There we go. We live in a dualistic world. Bring light and dark into balance, and being real with our humanness can allow us to reach more joy, authenticity, and depth. By accepting and loving all of ourselves as we are, we can extend more of this love and have greater compassion for others. This painting, which is pretty rough to see, here we go. There we go. You can appreciate this better. This painting portrays the balanced dance of creation. As the dragons come together, they dissolve into one with all that is. In this place of coalescence, both sides fuse into oneness, not just as remerging with the universe, but in an alchemical process of becoming the empowered creator force we truly are. Nice, yeah. The art here is absolutely splendid. So to make space for what you're trying to bring into this world, accept all the parts of yourself. The good parts and the bad parts are really the yang and yin parts of yourself. Bring that into balance. Your parts of yourself that's very goal orientated and ambitious, and the yin parts of yourself that's very quiet, contemplative, and receiving. Bring that into balance, if you will. Whatever dualism that you have that's going on inside of you, accept it as a whole being. Because it is you at the end of the day. Just different parts of you. And that will help you accept yourself and, in theory, accept others around you. And that type of empathy and compassion is going to help bring space to what you're bringing forth. Otherwise, not being able to accept who you are completely is going to interfere with your mental process of moving forward. I hope that makes sense. Alright, last but not least, a highlight seeker. Welcome in. Glad to have you here. We have Mount Shasta. This is about being aware of any opportunities that comes across your path. Oh, goodness, I've been burping all day too. Aware Lemuria would be destroyed, its people traveled to other parts of the globe. Mount Shasta was one place they journeyed. There are tales of unusual phenomena and multidimensional beings living inside the mountain. This card is about origins, and the image is the sea crystal this deck is based around. Honor and look more deeply into your ancestry, both your bloodline and your etheric lineage. Do you have affinity with any star beings? Connecting with them might allow you greater insights into your traits, your strengths and challenges. The sacred places you feel attracted to may have an intuitive message for you. Okay, so there's a lot of spiritual jargon that's placed into this deck, which I have some mixed feelings over. But it's talking about how do you connect with other like-minded folks who get what you're putting down, who understands where you're coming across, or who understands you, who gets you, who's willing to help make magic, essentially, to help you manifest it and bring your dreams into reality. So there may be opportunities with other people, probably someone either in your family, if not in your family, someone you have a really strong connection to. They say like etheric lineage, it's like a soul connection, a heart-to-heart kind of connection, but on a soul level. It's people who actually really just get you, what you're trying to put down. Not just friends, but people who understand what you're trying to bring forth and are willing to help you make it happen. There's also a possibility that going to certain places where you can meditate and contemplate on, or like has some really significant um, spiritual significance to you. I said that twice. Places that have great significance to you may also help you either recharge or give you some insights that will help you push forward. Um, it doesn't have to be like a church kind of situation. It could be like going to a park. It could going to a place where you have a lot of wonderful memories with some place that like really deeply inspires you, that kind of thing. Some place that gives you inspiration and confidence to keep pushing forward. So look for opportunities in not only the people that's willing to like help you and support you, but also places that will inspire you and refresh you. I hope that makes sense. So, last but not least, we have the sorceress. Yeah, just keep your eyes peeled. Just keep your eyes peeled. Trust with your gut. Recentering yourself is going to help you be aligned with your intentions. With this here, having that kind of routine to recenter yourself is going to help you pick up subtle feelings, and you're going to be able to eventually navigate through the space where you go to a place where you can think, or go and find people who like want to support you. Always trust your gut. This is going to be an added helper here in helping you realign how to go about things. Okay. Sorceress. In fact, I may just do this here because it's just easier. Yeah, I think this will be easier for you to understand. You weave silver threads of creativity into the mystical web of the cosmos. Join the dots and seek out the synchronistic connections to conjure magic. The sorceress has woven her way into your sphere to affirm you have her magnetic powers to manifest infinite blessings. Sorry. Okay. This oracle message serves to remind you that you are a compelling force of nature. You do not need to chase your dreams when you can simply attract them. When your intentions are backed up by your energetic frequency, you become a magnet for your soul's desires. Others are drawn to your alluring qualities. They can sense that you lead from the heart and your intentions are pure. Let this always be the foundation of your manifestations. Declutter and streamline your life. Dust away any old webs to clear your energy and create space for new blessings to enter. Optimistic thoughts, feelings, and actions will attract astonishing wonders for you or to you. Call in your secret desires, and the creative energy of the universe will grant your every wish. Ask, and you shall receive your wildest dreams. Trust what you seek is also seeking you. You may also feel called to guide others to discover their magical abilities. A long lineage of mystical guides supports you. You may think you are learning new modalities, but often you'll be recalling inherited knowledge. Honoring your ancestral guides deepens your magical roots. Integrate this ancient wisdom into the present day to enrich your devotional practices and strengthen your gifts. Reawaken your natural instincts, connection to the land, ancestral knowledge, and root yourself in the depth of the earth. Remember, you are nature experiencing itself as a human for a short while. Utilize natural elements in your manifestation rituals. Every crystal, flower, and plant essence are imbued with restorative properties. Create a nature-inspired spell to ignite your magic. Seek the magic in the seemingly mundane to truly appreciate the deeper meaning of life. May your graceful footsteps kiss the earth with gratitude and magnetize miracles to your doorstep. Okay, so there's at least 3 things I just want to point out. Manifesting positive stuff, optimistic thoughts. It's the carrot on the stick. You wouldn't drive the cart if you're not willing to push the cart forward. And in order to help you push that cart forward, you need encouragement. And if you're not hearing encouragement from others, it's got to come from within. So to keep pushing the cart forward of this manifestation, you have to be positive and optimistic. Otherwise, you're not going to have the confidence to keep pushing forward and you're going to give up. Sounds like I have to be active in this manifestation. You're going to have to mentally want it. Do you want it? Do you want to make it happen? And you have to mentally expect it. You have to mentally want this to occur. And also don't doubt that you're alone in this, because there are other people, just like it said at Mount Shasta, there are other people out there who will be seeking you out as well that may fit with what they want, with what you're putting forth. I see a lot of comic book artists, they'll do the story, they'll do the panels, but sometimes they're not the colorist, or they're not the typist, and they're not the publisher. It's a whole concentrated group of people who make a comic book happen, for instance. And that type of team effort to make, a story happen, to make a superhero happen, to manifest it, they all want the same goal. They all want the same thing to, make magic, make something happen. So don't discourage yourself from doing this, because other people will want to see it. Other people will want to be part of it as well. Another thing it also mentioned is the awaken your natural instincts, your connection to the land, and also talk about ancestors. So if you want to think about how your ancestors go about manifesting things, you can call upon their practices as well to kind of give you a little bit of a mental boost as you persevere. So when they talk about etheric lineage or ancestral lineage, they're including that as well. Yeah. How would I do that? Go ahead and meditate. Go ahead and meditate. Bring yourself into center. And think about or call upon your ancestors or your spiritual guides how to make this happen. Everyone has their own different things. And if you're not getting that type of reception, usually wishing is just good enough. Because you're giving yourself a boost to make things happen. And that's powerful in itself. That may be too literal. This is more of a kind of spiritual side of things. Mental, spiritual kind of side of things. Let's see if they have anything here. Here we go. If you really want to get into this. Oh, you just find it interesting. Oh, okay, okay. If you want to take this a step further, it said set your intentions and create a small sacred ritual to consciously manifest positive change. Miracles do happen. So whatever that ritual is, it could just be a normal crossing your legs on the floor, putting your hands together, put it over your heart, and just wish really hard. It could be something like that. Or you could do it standing. Everyone has their own different way of doing things. You're just going to have to find your way of doing it and just persevere. I think more than anything, you will find that there's a little hiccup where you're not accepting all the parts of yourself. And that will be one obstacle you're going to have to work through. And in order to make space for what you're trying to put forth. And I think it's about doubt. Why are you doubting yourself? What parts of you think is inferior? Where is it coming from? And how is it not really just inferior, it's just a quality that you have? So that's probably a little bit too deep. Just understand this is not going to be a overnight kind of thing. This is a kind of a creating a whole new routine to implement to try to make things happen. And trying to don't say no to things when it happens. Do say yes to some people who are coming forward. Or saying yes to go to certain places. Oh, you're welcome. You're very, very much welcome. I'm happy to help. And good luck. You will get there, excuse me, eventually. I don't know why I'm so burpy. I apologize. Okay. Let me go ahead and do message of the day. Thank you so much for your request, Cosmic Theorist. I really appreciate it. If no one else has any other requests, I probably would do the message for the day. And just see how the day goes. I normally don't get on this early for streams. And I just wanted to, do it today. Just to see how it goes. Trying to think of a number. I'm going to do 8. Let's do 8. I keep coming to that number. These are pretty short. Let's give it a shot. Okay. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so this is for anyone who's here live or watching this as a VOD, whether on Twitch or YouTube. You don't have to pick a card if you don't want to. It's just whatever message you feel, wow, I really need to hear that. That's kind of what the message of the day is. Whichever really sparks that connection to you. What most of us would call like what vibes with you, or like what resonates with you. You would know if it's meant for you for sure. Like, wow, I needed to hear that. So if you don't hear that from the message of the day, that's totally cool. Don't worry about it. Don't try to force any of these messages at all. You know, if it happens, it happens. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. So going with card number 1. Root chakra. God, that's loud. Okay. Computer Racer, hello. Thank you for the follow. Root chakra. Ground and center. This image speaks of finding home within yourself, a sense of deep inner peace, and a strong sense of grounding and being centered. Here you can fly free from the grips of survival into a place of thriving. There is trust, connection to community, and you can rely on others and joyfully understand your responsibilities in turn. You are held and have strong foundations for all aspects of life. With your guard down, you have the tools to ride the waves if you need. Everything is okay. So I usually have this card pop up for those who needed to relearn trusting others, relearn how to have courage within themselves, so that way they could start opening up to people. It's a slow process, I know, opening up to others, because it is scary to be vulnerable. The root chakra talks about courage, having the courage to trust and have that grounded centeredness to go forth with your day. So I usually get that card for those type of people or those type of situations. So if that resonates with you, just think on it. All right, card number 2. Crown chakra. So we're going from the root to the crown here. The unlimited self. It's just showing streamer love. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. Welcome in. If you want to just chill and vibe, you're welcome to do so. The crown chakra is your link to the multidimensionality of your being. The seat of your soul. It gracefully connects you to the heavens. The infinity symbol of limitlessness appears within the unfolding petals and points to your most potent potential. Here you can delight in the divine strands of light that dances with us when we are aligned with spirit, purpose, and truth. Be present and flow without rigid outcomes. Find more spaces in your life. Find your own way to meditate. Explore the state of flow and be receptive to the intuitive messages you may receive. Oh, you want to know how to get a reading? Here. Here you go. That's how you get a reading. As you sit and chill, you get more points. Every 100 channel points is equivalent of a card. So if you want something a little bit more in depth, you just wait for those channel points to accumulate for the card spread that you want. There's a whole list there. So it's whatever flavor that you want. General question cards. It doesn't have to be general. It could be whatever question that you have. It's like a catch-all kind of thing. I would like to have a question with those cards, so I won't have to ask all the time. That's why I usually have a space where you could input them in. If you're not seeing that, do let me know, and I'll make that happen. But right now I'm doing a message of the day for everyone who is, needing to hear those messages. If you want to stick around, you're more than welcome to just chill and wait for this segment to be over. And I'll be happy to do any sort of readings after this. Okay, so crown chakra. It's about accepting yourself on a more wholesome kind of level and be able to sit with yourself in quiet. Are you able to sit down with yourself, with your thoughts, and just let things flow? And that's usually the card that comes up from time to time. It's also about accepting, your kind of like your sovereignty, your divinity as a person. Coming to terms with, yes, you're fallible, but you also have that creative spark that was made, and just made you, that kind of thing. So just think on it. If that really resonates, you could meditate on that, if you will. Card number 3, shine your light. No one can do you as you can. Yet we sometimes feel that we need to be a certain way, a way not aligned with our authentic self. It takes discipline to do what we love, especially if we are natural givers. It is easy to get caught up with other people's lives. Tending to our own needs harms none, and we will have a lot more to give. It is time to collect our light and shift the vibrations here on earth, starting with our inner sense of being. You are a sovereign being. Regain compassionate empowerment and remember what lights up your world. Okay. Shine like a diamond. Be yourself. Don't try to perform what others think you need to be. Just be yourself. We have a tendency to put others before ourselves. Those who felt resonant with this card. And there's nothing wrong in taking care of yourself, doing things just for you. Especially when you need to replenish yourself so you can continue to shine and be a light to those around you. So think on it. take care of yourself. Okay, card number 4. Reclaim your energy. This always reminds me of Guitar Hero, where you have this lane and you have these buttons you want to press. It always reminds me of that. Our energy is our responsibility, and how we give it away becomes a conscious choice as we step into empowerment. And yes, it is possible to restore the fragments of self we gave away before we came to this awareness. You have the power to own your energy and choose where you direct it. If you're not at your optimal vibration, consider the core of why this may be. Detach from depleting influences and boost positivity. It is up to you to make the shift. Transform your life by choosing healing and self-empowerment. Kickstart the upward spiral to abundant energy and soul presence. Okay, so this is kind of rating off of this, and kind of this too, but very blatant about how to take care of yourself. How do you put up boundaries? Where do you want to focus your attention and your energy? Because sometimes there are some places, like arguing with people online, that can be very depleting, and you will lose a lot of spoons. Like emotional spoons, mental spoons, dealing with people who are just wasting your time or just trying to bring you down. And it's just better off if you just take some time to restore yourself, regain your composure, and focus on things that is more beneficial for your health. Especially if it's something that's going to be more positive. We have a lot of people who are so hateful and so terrible, and it's just best to try to bring something good into this world, even if it's just you having joy. Okay, moving on. Card number 5. Solar plexus chakra. Okay, so the solar plexus is kind of where the diaphragm is, just below the xiphoid of your chest. It's kind of like around that area. The solar plexus chakra is the radiant center of your being. It holds the vibrant spark that brings your passions to life. Enter the space to step away from playing small, unworthiness, the idea that you're taking up space, and insecurity-based competitiveness. Allow yourself to be attuned to the abundant. Turning on the music. Allow yourself to be attuned to the abundant life force that resides at your center, and be energized, motivated, and fueled with inspiration. Bring forth more of what you wish to birth in the world. As you discover a deep and real sense of self-empowerment, you can confidently lift others in celebration, harmonizing differences and shifting hierarchical paradigms into collective co-creation. Okay, so there's a lot here that we could break down if this really strikes a chord with you. Don't minimize yourself. Don't fill yourself with self-doubt. That's just going to prevent you from doing anything at all. It's trying to paralyze you and make you stone cold. The solar plexus is about motivation, the act of doing, because you are a being of doing things. So do take up that space. Don't make yourself small. Don't get into this competitiveness and make yourself feel bad because you are comparing yourself to others who seem to have it together. Just concentrate with what you're doing here and now and what's placed in front of you, and be your own cheerleader. You're going to have to empower yourself so that way you have that strength to lift others up and make things happen. So, something to think about if that really resonates to you, like, oh geez, I really need to think about it. If you do meditation, and you do meditation with chakras, just concentrate on the solar plexus. That will help things get going for you. It's like the key motivating chakra that there is. If you want motivation, that is the chakra. You don't have to believe in chakras or anything like that, but if you do, you can use that to help you get into the right mindset. Okay, card number 6. We have 3 people putting their efforts into this one seed. Communication co-creation. We normally think of information as something that can be written or spoken. But if something is multidimensional, it is almost impossible to share it with words. How are you communicating beyond words? Something may be getting lost in translation. An issue may be cleared through improved communication. Listen carefully to what someone has to say without interruption. Furthermore, it may feel scary to share vulnerable truths. But this may be the only way forward. This card also encourages greater exploration in the realms of telepathy, healing, and the arts, such as poetry, painting, and music, where there is a collective communication beyond the mind. Okay, so this is about speaking from the heart. You know, having that heart-to-heart connection, but not just with words or with writing or like on social media or emails or anything like that. It's about expression of oneself. The inferred meaning, the intentions behind what you're said, what you are saying, the intentions behind your actions, even music, what type of music you're bringing forth, that sort of thing. So how are you going to express yourself either in an artistic sense or in a musical sense, or in a sense that is, done, that's inferred or has a innuendo. Usually we make fun of like innuendos because, Freud and all that type of stuff. But what is your intention for communicating this message to others? That's what it really does come down to. Since we're on a bit of an ad break, let me go ahead and get something to moisturize my lips here. little bit of a lip balm. Oh. Okay, there we go. Okay, welcome back from everyone who were dealing with ads. We're almost done with the message of the day. Sorry, I'm so burpy today. Okay, we have ether. This illuminated space of no distraction and pure potential is beyond the threshold. It is the centered and blessed place where all dreams are birthed. From here, you can choose where to go. What may be perceived as endless nothingness is the illuminated eternal, the core that all fears may be peeled back to. Step through the darkness and realize it is only a short distance from the white void at the center of creation. Herein lies the feeling you may have been striving to meet, yet subconsciously running from. In graceful surrender, know you are held and drop deeper into existence. So, ether in this deck is the blank canvas of creation. That's why they're talking about, white voids, where everything seems nothing, there's nothing here. It is a spark of imagination and the spark of creation, because it's a canvas of all things that you want to make happen. So where do you want to go to get that spark and find that canvas? That is what it's asking for, I think. All right, last but not least, gracious receptivity. If there were a manual for optimal human experience, one of the most potent points would be gratitude. It is the backbone of all spiritual practice. When we shift our perspective, oh geez, goodness, sorry about that, everyone. If there were a manual for optimal human experience, one of the most potent points would be gratitude. It is the backbone of all spiritual practice. When we shift our perspective from what we are lacking, needing, and desiring, we temporarily replace the survival factor with a resonance for thriving. Giving and receptivity is a two-way flow. Each allows space for the other. Gratitude, self-love, and self-worth are interwoven with the capacity to receive. Together they nourish your soul. Step into your heart space by listing all that you are grateful for and notice how full you start to feel. From here, your gifting capacity can spiral upward. Okay. So this really resonates with you. But you want more information. Just shift your perspective of, oh, I don't have X. I don't have this. And shift your perception to, at least I have this. At least I have a roof over my head. At least I have something to eat. At least I'm able to find a place to sleep. At least my family is alive. At least I'm alive. That is something I could work with. I could go from here. Even though I may not have this thing that I really want, I'm not starting from zero. I do have something. And that matters. So I hope that helps you out, if this really resonates with you. I know a lot of people are struggling right now, financially. It's just the way it is right now. But you're not alone in that mindset, in this kind of situation. There's a lot of people who feel that way. Absolutely. Okay. I'm done with the message of the day. That was relatively quick. I don't have any personal requests right now. I guess I'll wait. So everyone, if you're wanting a tarot reading, it will be through the channel points. I do have tarot, I do have oracle cards. If you have any questions that you want answered, or at least to explore, you could request them through the channel points. Let me check to see if there's anything I need to know. Okay, I guess that's it. I'm just checking on Blue Sky here, just in case anyone asks about anything. Again, thank you all so much for being hyped that I printed out the third book. I'm going to create a list of questions for myself and try to put myself as a beta reader of sorts and try to read this from a fresh perspective. I only gave myself a week to look at it, and I did take a peek to do some edits here and there. So it's not exactly coming in cold, but I'm going to try my best to, read it like a normal book and see what I want in that book, if things are lining up the way I want them to. I'm glad I finally made it to that point in my revision. It's coming along a lot smoother than I had anticipated. Except for the major anxieties I had earlier this week. That was just intense. That was pretty intense. Oh, and before the stream today, I did some more tarot readings for YouTube. Now on YouTube, I do have some shorts where I do tarot cards based on literary characters. I am done doing readings from the Doppelganger Queen book, which I have over here. This is my author copy. So if you want to know what I'm talking about this. This is my book that's already out. I did the tarot signifier card selection of each character, at least each of the important characters that I consider important. If you have read this book and there's a character I did not cover that you want me to do a tarot card on, I'll be more than happy to do so. But for the most part, I'm going to move on to other things. And I did Frodo Baggins, Bilbo Baggins, and Samwise Gamgee this morning. Just, figuring out what really represents them or not. So, after stream today, I will go ahead and edit and schedule those on those Sundays. And I'm also really pleased that some people really liked it. I'm really tickled that people are looking at it. So thank you for doing so. I hope the next installment of tarot readings on YouTube will be fun to watch. At least very interesting. It could be a conversation starter. I really didn't have a plan for today. Just sitting and chilling, seeing if anyone wants a tarot reading. This is really good music. There we go. It's rare that a Gemini has no words to say. Normally I feel my tarot streams with like a week ahead or, some sort of investigation type of thing. But today I just want to see like how this day goes without any sort of long group reading. I wish I could talk about my books. I wish I could talk about my books. There is something I could talk about. See that hunk of white paper? That is the old Doppelganger Queen manuscript that I had printed out for revisions. I may do a video of looking back and see if any of that was in the published material, or at least what part of the published material came from this manifest this manuscript. Maybe I could do that. Eventually, I'm going to have it boxed away for a long-term storage now that I took it out of the binder. I'm being super duper frugal and switch out binders with the third book. And that is going to go to a personal vault somewhere in my house. And just gonna chill for a while. There's a lot of sticky notes on that book. It's an absolute mess. But also, like, part of me doesn't want to spoil things that happened in the book. That's like the whole conundrum. Like, you want to share about like all the work you have put into making the thing, but you also don't want to spoil the things that, you know, happened in the book. Because some of this did end up in the book, you know. I just don't know how much of the original material made it. So I'm half tempted to do some sort of highlighter and just start highlighting some things from that, like, manuscript or something. You know, have fun with it. I used to post on Instagram my whole process of like drafting this monstrous thing that's like years and years ago. I wonder how many pages it is. Hold on, I'll be right back. Oh wait, it's this way. Okay, 380 pages. 380 pages. How much was this? I knew that after this manuscript, it blew up to 110,000 words, which was close to 400 pages. Let's see how many pages it is right now. Alright, this is Hewn. That's the teaser for the next book. Oop. I thought that was music for a second. That's book club questions. Okay, 350. Technically, this is 350 or 350 pages. Let's make sure. Yeah, page number 1 is the actual story. So, 350 pages. That's like 30 pages less from the manuscript. So there was some trimming. Trimming did happen. It got a little bit slimmer. It got slimmer. Hold on. That's what it used to look like. I might do a video, who knows? Who knows? But I do need like permanent storage for it now that it's done with a working binder that it used to be stored in. Ah, look at the notes. My notes. on this thing. Always double check your work and triple check everyone else's work. Always. Alright. So in case anyone wasn't here earlier, if y'all want to have a tarot reading, you could use your channel points to request a reading if you would like. Not really doing major group readings for today. Just kind of going with the flow, chit-chatting with everyone here. And just, vibing, If I get any readings today, I'll do them. But if not, I'm just here, If y'all have any questions about, anything at all. My goodness! Diffusion high. Wow! That's incredible. Welcome in. That's incredible. Is there a particular question that you have with the Celtic cross? Once again, thank you so much for the request. Okay, let's see what comes up. It is a really good spread for a general situation awareness, This is exciting. I haven't done such a cross in a long time. Good to have you back. I hope you're doing well. I'm doing really well. I had some weird anxiety the past couple of days, but I'm okay now. And yeah, just making some progress with my work, despite, having that weird hiccup, Oh, I'm so sorry you were going through that. Okay, so this is you. 10 of Cups. Oh, that's great. This crosses you. Oh. We'll get into that. This is above you. 6 of Swords. This is below you. 4 of Pentacles. Let's go ahead and slide some of this down. This is behind you. This is ahead of you. That's wonderful to see. This is you. This is your house. Your hopes and dreams. The final outcome. 10 of Pentacles. A lot of good things. A lot of good things. So no matter what's going on, know that good things are ahead. We do have the sun here for the future, which is buoyant attitudes. You're having a sunny disposition. You're having rainbows instead of clouds, that kind of thing. Things are looking up. And you do have the Ten of Pentacles, which is amazing accomplishment. So let's deduce why we're having some swords here, or any issues that were happening. So let's go ahead and break it down. And I think I'm going to have to use this to help me get my head on straight when I talk about these cups and tens. In fact, how many tens do we have? Not just two. We have 2 tens, 2 sixes, okay. Alright, so let's go ahead and break down what it's saying here by card, because this is also a educational kind of experience. Ten of Cups is about personal inner happiness, your dreams come true. This is about your current situation. Things are manifesting for you in a way that is emotionally fulfilling. Your dreams that you were working hard for is coming to light. It's coming to bear. And it's happening. It's finally happening. That kind of situation. Or at least you're striving to make it happen. One of those two things. And we have the Three of Swords to indicate heartache, or at least heartbreak. That kind of was your obstacle that is happening. So it could stem from the past. We see the 2 swords here, or from the 6 of Swords on top. This sense of leaving something behind, making a decision of separating from something that you normally would not separate from, or the loss that comes from separation. So that is kind of like putting the rain on the parade, so to speak. That's what they're indicating here with the 3 of Swords. I believe, with the 6 of Swords on top, it meant that I'm assuming that you're moving to a new location, either like a new home, a new school, or like a new job. Moving from one location to another, which is probably why there was some heartache from the past with the 2 swords here. That you have to leave something behind as you make this decision for yourself, for your own happiness, and pursuing your own goals. So a little bit of, a little bit of sadness there, that type of thing. Yes, for sure. Okay, cool. So maybe like a little bit homesick, or at least thinking of those you have left behind, that little heartache that, occurs. Oh, cool. Awesome. I still got it. What are the words? The Celtic cross had been my bread and butter since I was a kid. It was like the only tarot spread I had done when I was young. And I had been moving to other tarot spreads, and I just want to make sure that I am doing it right. It is such a great spread. It's a wonderful spread. It's the glorious spread. No, I'm not going to get into that. I just felt so bubbly because this is such a very positive message that's coming through. Um, Four of Pentacles. When you have the top here and you have the bottom here in this spread, the top usually talks about what is the frame of reference for the question. You know, it kind of reframes what the question is about, you know, why you're asking about this. So it helps tarot readers know what you're talking about, where you're coming from. This is kind of like the root of why you're asking that or thinking about that. And the root here is the Four of Pentacles. Four of Pentacles, I almost want to say house, but I think it's about security. Yes, security. And that security, it doesn't always have to talk about finances, but also about oh, you left your home to cut off your family. Yeah, so the security here isn't financial. The security is about your own health, mental health, emotional health, etc. I didn't realize there was that kind of abuse going on, and I'm so sorry you had to go through something terrible like that. But it's the right decision in my book. And from what I gather from the tarot spread, definitely worth it. You will have like better emotional health with the Sun card here, for sure. Yeah. They could have done better. They could have done better. And I'm sorry you had to go through something like that in the first place. Two Swords talk about the decision you have to make, a painful decision that is a little bit more black and white. And it's definitely coming from like one's mental health in particular. You know, swords are about one's mental state. And that is coming from your decision of leaving home, essentially. Definitely for your own security. And that's why you're dealing with some heartbreak because you had left. So just trying to like explain why we had the Two Swords here. This is like in the past, that decision that had occurred. I usually like to do a bit of a time jump where from this time in the past that had occurred, let's say like, oh, if this was 3 months ago or 2 months ago or whatever, or how many recent, sometime later on from this reading, you will experience this. So that's up to you, the Querent, to kind of keep track of things. So if things aren't not sunny yet, by that time it should. You will have better mental health, a better disposition, and optimism on life. So talking about you, your current environment, use Six of Wands, dealing with okay. So that is where you talk about like being abused. The Six of Wands here. This is about punishment, all hard work and no reward kind of situation. You did everything right. You did what you're supposed to do, and yet you were hurt despite of it. So that's where it's coming in this reading. And eventually I do hope that all of your efforts will bring rewards, and eventually this will turn up for you. And I'm glad that you made the move the way you did. We do have the Queen of Wands here. This could symbolize a person who had a more feminine qualities that are around you. Someone who is confident, adventurous, a little bit spontaneous, who has courage, a whole wealth of courage within them to overcome obstacles. That's kind of the environment that you're surrounding yourself with. It could be a particular person. It doesn't necessarily have to be a male or a female or whatever gender conformity it is, but it is a place where you have some better support. You do have people who are more spontaneous and adventurous, not reckless spontaneously type of thing, but more a passion for life, if you will. And I think that will help improve things as you continue on in this new environment. Sounds like a boyfriend? Oh, wonderful. That's awesome. Let me also look at the wands here real quick. Oh yes, and joy. Lots of joy. The King of Wands is usually about being in a leader role, taking initiative, overcoming obstacles. This is about the emotional wellspring of overcoming those obstacles, and that comes from courage and joy. So awesome that you're surrounding yourself with those kind of people, and if that does sound like your boyfriend, that's even awesome. Good. I'm glad. Because you need that little bit of courage to keep on trucking. You had dealt with so much negativity of someone trying to diminish your qualities that it can really mess with your mindset about yourself. And it will take some time to regain that inner knowing of, yeah, I got this. And you're going to have moments where you're scared because it is new. But it's also because it's outside of your comfort zone. You're dealing with things that are positive that you never had dealt with before because it's different. And because it's different, it's going to create this knee-jerk reaction of, ooh, is this the right thing? Is this okay for me to feel this? And it would take some time to get used to that. And that's going to require a little bit of courage to persevere, to continue to try the new things that are positive and are good for you. So, hopes and fears, I think this is more of hope, really. The Death card is not about death. It's about transition. And I think you know that already. Ah, yeah. Because you've been punished for being happy. Just like the Six of Wands here. You should be happy about things that you worked hard on or things that give you joy. Yeah. So death is about transition, which really match with what's going on with the Six of Swords and what you had experienced. You're leaving behind an old chapter and you're progressing to a whole new life. This is like a rebirth kind of situation where you're closing a book and you're opening up another one. And instead of having this as a fear, this is more of a dream for you. And this is something that you hope that will continue to progress as you move forward. That's what it's picking up on. you know, transitioning into this new way of doing things. You were residing in this cocoon, and you're coming out as a butterfly, helping to soar. So that is what your hope is, and it's affirming that, yeah, you will soar as a butterfly with the sun here and the Ten of Pentacles. Yeah, I love associating butterflies with death. I know that sounds really weird, but I see death as like reincarnation in the tarot cards, a rebirth, transitioning from one thing to another. Oh, thanks. I'm still going through, trying to combat the past stigma I had experienced when I was a kid when it comes to tarot. But that's how I normally view death. It's this cocoon butterfly that's finally emerging and coming out in spring. You're past that winter. Oh, I hope that more people view death in this way, in when it comes to tarot cards, and not be so afraid of it, and not see death and destruction all the time. So it is confirming, this new change, this positive change, as a good thing. It's just validating it. Ten of Pentacles, overall, things are looking up for you. Not only you will have success, you will have security. This is like financial security. This is about accomplishment, in a more tangible sense. Let's really bring it home with the Advanced Tarot card, because I think he puts it in words a lot better than I do. I am slowly weaning myself off of it, but I think it's best to really bring it home with what he says here. Ten of Pentacles represents material completion. After years or decades of careful planning and application, you're able to enjoy the choices that you made about your wealth. And in this case, the wealth is not really financial wealth, but your own personal security, your emotional and mental security. Pentacles people generally place great emphasis upon the physical comfort that often accompanies financial security. They work hard to ensure their old age is spent doing what they want and what they afford to do. It does highlight material stability, a solid house with good foundations, that type of thing. So financial security, financial stability, careful attention how your wealth is accumulated to maintain comfort and continuity, that kind of thing. And of course, in this sense, that connection to wealth is your own health, your personal security and well-being as a person. Ads are going to kick in real soon, just to make sure you're aware of. I'm just going to keep this up real quick. I am having issues with my earbuds. Okay. There we go. There we go. So I'll wait for you to come back from the ads before I continue on. I tried to stave it off as much as I could. I love this dress, but the little tiny straps that are attached to the dress keeps falling off. It's so annoying. Oh, you're still here. You don't have the ads. Okay. So, overall, this is a good thing. I'm very proud of you for taking that extra step, for finding a place that is better for you. I think it's a really good good move, and also will have a good mood. Whatever guilt or sadness that you experience, that's totally okay. That's part of being human, because there is some level of love that you had, or at least the love of what it could have been. And there's no shame in feeling that as you process through that kind of loss, that kind of like cut off connection that you have. But overall, this is better for you. Yeah. He could have done better, but he didn't. And that is his punishment for being bad. And you deserve better. And right now, you're getting better. And I'm very, very proud of you. I hope someday this person will learn his lesson and do right and be better. But that will take time. It may take decades. Yep. Uh-huh. Because it is a injustice. A parent needs to parent their child, not to the extreme that they have done. That's not parenting. That's, as you had said, abuse. And that kind of level of injustice is not going to be dismissed, and it should be accounted for. So either he learns in this life, or it's going to be taken to a tally later. But he has wronged you, even though you are like so kind. You know, it is a wrong. Yeah. I completely understand how hard it is to like accept it. Because you had spent like most of your life not knowing any other way. And it takes a while to be like illuminated. You know, what is actually good and healthy. Oh, you're very, very much welcome. And I'm so proud and so happy for you and where you're heading into right now. You're such a sweet person. And that's the whole sacred Celtic cross tarot reading. Very positive, a little bit sad, but very positive overall. For anyone who's watching, I hope it's very educational how it all correlates with each other. I don't get to do it as often as I used to. Oh, thanks. The Celtic cross was my main bread and butter. It's like the one thing that I used to do, and I don't have any other ways of doing like tarot for the longest time. And then what was it? Yeah, it was last year. Last year I started learning. No, 2023 is when I start realizing, oh, you could do tarot beyond the Celtic cross. You could just do 3 cards. Is that even possible? So learning how to do the other tarot spreads was my whole journey. And seeing which ones actually work for me. Once again, thank you so much for allowing me to do that reading for you. That was a very joyous experience. It was very, very positive. Yeah, it's I love Pinterest, and I love browsing around, looking at stuff, and there's a huge collection of tarot spread readings. And some of them at first look fun to do, and then I thought, oh, it's kind of hard. It's not like what I would normally approach, tarot reading. Oh, yeah, go ahead and go. If y'all need to hydrate, please do hydrate. I'm trying my best to take care of myself as well. So instead of doing a lot of coffee stuff, I've been doing a lot of tea. I probably will get coffee after this. But yeah, I like the Leibnithros tarot app. I like using their tarot readings. In fact, I have a whole flashcard of their major arcana tarot readings. There is their category about their Wheel of Time, which is inspired by the pagan festivals that celebrate the natural rise and fall of the seasons. And I think there's one that's coming up. I think it's Beltane. Let me look. Oh, this is what the app kind of looks like. There we go. At a slant. I used to journal all of my tarot readings in this app, and then I kind of ran out of space. So I'm really picky about what I'm saving now. But yeah, they have the Wheel of Time. They have the other tarot spreads about all the different seasons. We have the solstice, winter solstice on top. We have Ostara, which is the spring equinox, which I didn't do. I did the Aries focus one, which I enjoy more. But Beltane is coming up, which will be between April and May. They always do the midpoints between each equinox and solstice. Oh, they said it right here. Beltane, a spread for the time between spring and summer to help you navigate the season of intense creative energy. So I might do that. Not next week, but the week after. We could do something like that. Yeah, the divine feminine, the divine masculine, the union between the two, fertility and manifestation. So I probably would do this in a couple of weeks, something like that. But I love their app, and it's just a huge wealth of all the different tarot spreads that they do. Um, it's just fascinating. Oh, this coming weekend, it is Easter, and that is also, let's see, we had March, going from March 20th. So this would be Taurus, and Taurus is the Hierophant. So next week, I could focus on the Hierophant spread. So let me look at what that is. Oh, what am I doing? I have the app on my phone. I'm so silly. A tarot spread for reconnecting with the sacred, used when searching for purpose or when feeling isolated, lonely, or disconnected from yourself and others. So it's about searching for community, which is not quite Taurus energy. Not saying that Taurus people are against community, far from it. Taurus people are a little bit more sensual, a little bit earthy, kind of individuals. They deal with the luxuries of life. So I may look at something else to do that kind of reading. Like, I get why they assign the Hierophant to the Taurus, sign. But I don't really necessarily agree with it. Let me look at the High Priestess. Oh wait, the High Priestess is about decoding intuitive messages. I'm gonna look through this because I put some notes here. Okay, so that's Saturn. That's Uranus, and that is the new moon. That's Pluto. That's Jupiter. Scorpio season. Aries season. Yeah, Hierophant is Taurus season. Actually, I feel like even though I don't think it's entirely a Taurus kind of energy, it is something that we are needing more than anything else. The sense of community, coming together, finding people that really suit our needs. A true community that's willing to support others, support you, and you support them in turn. We are kind of heading in that direction where everyone needs to come together. And we also have Gemini season, which is the lovers. So maybe I'll just do that next week. Do a community check-in. Maybe I should do that. That's Cancer season, Leo, Virgo, Libra. I hardly use this justice spread for Libra because it's talking about weighing decisions and what is the right path or the not preferred path, which is a gentler way of saying it. It's not necessarily wrong, it's just a detour, right? That's Mercury, that's Neptune, that's Pisces, that's the Moon, that's Aquarius, of course the Sun is the Sun, that's Venus, and that's Mars. Now I could go with the Empress, which is strong Venus energy, about self-nourishment, when you need to know how to care for others without forgetting about caring for yourself. You know, I think I did that too last year. Instead of doing the Hierophant, I did the Empress card. I'll think on it. That will be a next week kind of thing. Either I'll do the Hierophant or the Empress, or maybe both. Maybe I'll do both for next week, for the whole group. Or for anyone who wants to, like, hop in and be part of it. Okay, so today's stream is a very chill stream. If you're just coming in, I'm just waiting for anyone who's requesting tarot readings at this time. If you're not here for any tarot readings, that's totally okay. You're welcome to lurk and chit chat with me all you want. I'm going to go ahead and take a quick break, get some stuff like coffee, and I'll come back for more readings. But if you want to put in request while I'm away, you're welcome to do so. Requests are through the channel points. The longer that you stay here, the more you accumulate points, and with more points you have more in-depth readings for whatever it is you want to ask or want to analyze. And subscribers get a extra oracle card with their reading. So a little bit of a helper goes a long way. But right now, I'm going to go ahead and take care of myself. It's been a couple of hours, and I'll be right back for more readings. Hello. Wow, this is good. I did put on my lo-fi Halloween. Weaning myself off of coffee is kind of hard. Okay. Once again, in case you didn't hear before, if you want a reading, you could do it through the channel point reading. Channel points to get a reading. And you can select whichever one you want, and I'll be able to do the reading for you. I'm here for a good 3 more hours, so I have plenty of time. The queue is wide open, in case you're wondering about any lines or whatever. And if you want more in-depth readings, just lurk around, chill, relax, and I will do those readings for you. Ooh, ads are going to kick in pretty soon here. I had delayed them for a reading, so the ads are kind of like off now. But in a minute, we'll get some ads. You're not going to miss anything. Ooh, I do have sad news. I took the cuttings from the lemons and limes and the orange tree, and they did not make it. Part of it is my fault. I should have put more sunlight on it, and I should have watered them more often. I have a few that were a little bit promising, but they just really didn't take the soil. They dried out a little bit too much. So those cuttings just didn't make it. But I do have good news. I do have this little guy growing. So let me go ahead and pop them out of the container. This is an orange tree, or at least there will be someday. I'll water them this weekend. Gonna put them back on the mat here. I grew that, oh geez, about a month ago. How long has it been? Yeah, it was a month ago. I had one orange that was just ready to go, and I harvested it, and there were 3 seeds, and that was one seed that managed to come through. I don't know if it's going to be a true orange tree, as in it's going to produce fruit, but whether it's going to produce fruit or not, I'm just happy that it's healthy and growing, and be willing to be part of the journey with that little tree. So I'm a little bit excited. I'm a little bit excited with that little tree. Oh, and just in case the ads kind of cut everything off, let me go ahead and show it again. Ta-da! A little orange tree. Just a little guy. I also have the oranges here on my desk. I plucked them about a week ago. Let me see. So about another week and a half. I'll go ahead and do something with those oranges. Hi, Dory. Welcome in. I do love readings, and I do all sorts of readings. A lot of people do ask for love. I don't mind. I just don't do like, are they thinking about me or stuff like that, because that's like getting to people's thoughts, and that's like against privacy, that kind of thing. But yeah, I do like love readings for sure. Oh, I'm doing good. I was having some anxiety like a couple of days ago, and I'm doing a lot better now. Overall energy. Expound. I had done tarot since I was a kid, and I'm like homegrown in a sense where I never have been immersed in the spiritual community at all. It's like homeschool. I'm a homeschool tarot kid. The mutual energy in a love reading. Huh. I like the more direct response of yes or no. You know, I don't like doing vibes or anything like that. I know that is used often when it comes to like manifesting things or dreaming of things or trying to bring things into creation, that kind of thing, because it's all about mental willpower. But the general influence of the love reading, I never heard of that. It's either the person loves you or not. And we could get into the nuances of the situation. If they don't, and they just see you as a friend, I'll just let you know they just see you as a friend. So, if you want more cards, just hang out for a little while, get those channel points accumulated, and I'll just do a reading for you. Most of the readings I have there, you can just do a love question if you want to. Just don't dox. Just don't dox a person, because this does get on YouTube, so don't drop names or whatever. As in, revealing information that's enough where people could track other people down. Yeah, you got it. You got it. There's also platonic readings I do too. That it's more asexual or demisexual friendly, like looking at friendships, looking at the love around you. Um, let's see. How to open up to love is kind of like a very self orientated look about like how you approach, courtship and like how do you um, how to overcome internal obstacles so that way you could be more receptive to a loving experience. What reading you want to use? And you want to understand how you're interested in each other. Well, it depends how deep you want to go. With a one card, you could get a yes or no. And depending on that card, we could like get into specifics. There we go. We could do a 3-card spread where it could be about the situation, the obstacle, and the outcome. There's the Celtic Cross. Celtic Cross is a little bit more encompassing of the entire situation. We could also look at past, present, future, where, you know, we could do like a bit of a timeline look, how things happened. I used to have like a couples tarot spread, but I kept messing that up. As in, like, I keep confusing it with some other tarot spread, and I just removed that particular one. So I just don't do that particular one anymore. So yeah, you if there's more than one person you're thinking of, there's the 2 choice or 3 choice depending on how many you're thinking of. So it's really up to you. Celtic Cross is 10 cards. Okay. Cool beans. Yeah. So the question in general is, are they interested in you? Whoever this person is. Okay. Okay. Do they want to get into a serious relationship with you? Okay, cool. Yeah. Oh, jeez. There we go. All right. This is the overall situation. This is the obstacle and ultimate outcome, advice, etc. Oh, let's get into the advanced tarot real quick. So Death card is about transformations. One chapter closes, another opens. So don't freak out about it. This is just rebirth. This book is really good in breaking a lot of things down, like relationships. Okay, it could mean two things. The person could be a Scorpio, someone who's born in the oh shoot. Let's see, December 20th is the Capricorn. Aquarius, not Aquarius. Sagittarius is November 20th. So October 20th to November 20th, their birthday happens to fall under that area. It could be picking up on that they could be a Scorpion kind of person, or they do have that kind of mentality. Or they have qualities that seem to indicate that kind of person. So that's on one hand. The other hand is ending one type of chapter in this relationship and opening up another. For instance, for parents, it's a chapter of being together without a child and opening up to a chapter where they do have a child. That kind of chapter opening. So it could be recognizing that this relationship as a whole, you're wanting to come from a place of friendship or acquaintanceship, moving into something more serious. Or it's developing into this point where this one aspect of the relationship is closing and another is opening. So it's kind of twofold. They do have Scorpio placements. If it's enough, it could really color their whole personality. So the obstacle here is the Knight of Cups. So it is indicating, questions about romance and courtship. Do they like me? Do they not? That kind of question. So that's kind of like the rub. Let's get into it a little bit further. I'm going to look at the Three of Pentacles real quick. Okay. So, because of the Scorpion placements, the issue here is that they could perceive any slight as an insult. Scorpions are the water signs where they do have strong emotional reactions to situations. They're very intuitive and very insightful, but they're not a doormat. They do have some measure of pride of their own autonomy as a person, and if there's any perceived slight or insult or whatever of the water signs, they're most likely to punch back. So with the Knight of Cups here in reverse, it does tell me that there is some level of jealousy that's going on. Someone is trying to cause some hiccups or create some sort of instability if you wish for this relationship to continue. And with them being the way they are, they may not take it very well. They're also the type of person who will not get over grudges. They don't forgive and forget very easily. A third party, it's possible it could be a third party. It's also possible that it's a warning. It's a warning if you want to head into this relationship with this person. This is a trait that they have. It could be someone trying to do some disruptions, or you may accidentally do a faux pas. So it's just letting you know how it is. So if you're going to pursue this relationship, you just can't go, oh, oopsie, I was just fooling around. They're not going to buy that, It's letting me know that there could be some jealousy at work. Someone is trying to do something, or there could be an issue that comes up that grudges are going to be held. Okay. Just letting you know. Not everyone has to be a Scorpio to have grudges. If they have significant amount of Scorpion placements, they can really tap into that side of their personality. So what they're offering here as advice, if you do wish to pursue, is to create a stable foundation, a stable relationship, especially among friends. Let me double check here. A level of transparency where you all share things together, so that way they know that you're not up to any funny business. You put everything in a basket, as it were, and you create a stable relationship where it is transparent. You do work together as a team. You don't go off and do things behind their back. Not even for fun. Because they will get into this mindset of, what are they up to? Are they cheating on me? Or are they fooling around with someone else? I'm going to investigate. I'm going to do something. So, it could be from past pain. I don't know where it's coming from. Honestly, I can't blame them. So, just letting you know, this is how it's going to be if you do wish to pursue this relationship. If you are going to be serious, you're going to have to be serious. And it will be a whole new chapter in this relationship. You can't continue doing the way you were. It's going to be a whole entirely new rebirth. I think if proposed to them, they wouldn't say no, it is going to change the dynamic of the relationship. You will never come back to the way you were. Once you cross that threshold, that is it. So think on it. Think on it, see if this is something you want to undertake. It's a very intense experience, but I think it's good practice to create a foundational relationship where you have open communication, you are transparent, you're not going to fool around with others, they're not going to fool around with others. You may have some hiccups. Okay, all relationships do. You do typically like it to be all or nothing. I think that would be good for you. So think on it. I think it's not just a matter of whether they're interested, as in they're being coy. I think that if you do want to get into this relationship, it's going to be a commitment and it's going to be a total change. Because this is about transformation. The butterfly does not crawl back into the cocoon. And you are dealing with someone with a lot of Scorpion placements, as you had said. Expect intensity. I have really good friends who are Scorpions, and they're usually upfront and honest about where they're coming from. And it's nice to have them in the corner. It really is. Their tenacity knows no bounds. And, despite all the, self-doubt that any Scorpions might have, that grit, is phenomenal. Okay, cool. So, you're warned. It's not a bad warning if you think about it. All relationships need some level of transparency. Okay. It's just that, for some reason there's going to be some jealousy, and there may be some questions about what's going on here. Just be open. Just be open and honest. Be a team player. You may end up sharing accounts if you go down this road, if it does get there, that type of thing. So, yeah. And I wish you good luck. You're welcome. I don't know if that's a vibe check or whatever it is. I don't know how people say it nowadays, but I hope it's illuminating. It's not just a yes and no. Oh, and thank you so much for requesting a rating. I really appreciate it. Ah, okay. I'm learning. I'm learning. Is this how the kids do it? Man, the world was totally different when I started out. I started out in, late 90s, early 2000s. the mentality on tarot was so different than what it is today. Though it's kind of swinging back, and I'm a little bit concerned. But we'll see how, the future unfolds. Anyone new here who are just coming in, if you want a tarot reading, you could do it through the channel points. The channel points are in the bottom left of the chat. As you sit and chill and vibe, you could get a reading. Oh geez, I got made fun of. I was a kid, like middle schooler, high schooler type of thing. I know that it's always rough, dealing with other people who like see you as being different. So if you're different in any means of whatever that is, you kind of get teased a lot. I try my best to give advice to those around me, but like it was just bullying, making fun of me, like talking about like how I interpret or feel things from like doing the tarot or whatever. It was just not a fun experience. Most often I just have a lot of people just poo-poo on it, like, oh, it's just hogwash or whatever. And then I do the reading for them, and it's like scary accurate, and they don't admit it how scary accurate it is. It's always like a few days later, they're like, oh, yeah, that reading that you did for me worked. Don't ever do that again. So it is what it is. People don't have a lot of patience for tarot. I remember that too. Ads are going to kick in real soon. So I may just ramble on during commercials. But if you want to put a request in, you're more than welcome to do so. I keep slouching in this chair. So for my subscribers, and people who are not dealing with ads, lucky, it was a little bit rough. It was intimidating. Someone who's a little bit of a people pleaser, not really people pleasing, but like wanting to make friends, and then getting bullied for something that, I'm gifted to do. It was rough. It was rough. Then again, I live in an area that's considered part of the Bible Belt, kind of thing. I guess anything like west of the Appalachians is considered Bible Belt territory. But not really severe condemning me for doing it. No, religious trauma connected to it or anything like that. For the most part, I did it at home. In the security of my home, I did it just for friends. I mostly did it for myself and for my family. Never to the extent that I'm doing right now, which is wild, to say the least. That I'm able to do it on Twitch, and just do readings for everyone on Twitch. It's just astonishing that people are like, yeah, I would like to have a reading on the internet. It's just wild, to me, that people are willing to do that. So I'm just continuously astonished. Every single time I open up about tarot or talk about it, people just always come forward out of curiosity, like genuine curiosity, compared to what it was back then, which was considered taboo. People don't talk about it. It's an occult thing. there's something wrong with you if you dabble with something like that. That type of mentality. But it's just changed now. And I think people are starting to appreciate that maybe there's something there that's worthy of exploration than what it was back then. Makes sense? I also see, or at least hear, like secondhand, how some people are like dealing with tarot TikTok and just all the weird stuff that's coming off of there. A lot of people are doing some weird restrictions, or like, oh, you can't do X, you can't do Y, Z, whatever. It's just unusual, to say the least, that they will make it very clicky, or like, try to put a lot of regulations and restrictions on something that really didn't have that in the first place. Or at least put other people down for not doing it in a particular way. I mean, that's just weird. So they learned it one way, and because they learned it in that one way, they are dictating to people how they should do XYZ. Uh-huh. I'm still learning. After all these years, I'm still learning about the different aspects of tarot. In fact, I may have to do a more intensive study eventually. Like, this is why I really like this book. My mom got this for me. I didn't realize she got it for me. I thought she got it for herself. And, oh yeah, the queue is open. If anyone wants readings, you could use your channel points to request a reading. I'm just chilling for more people to come in. I didn't know she gave this. She wanted me to have this. I thought it was just hers. It's like, oh, okay, this is yours. That's nice. It's just going to sit on the table. And she's like, no, it's for you. It's like, you didn't give it to me. So eventually I will sit down. I will like read it. But it's advanced for a reason. It does a deep dive into the different aspects of each card. And it has never steered me wrong. In fact, it has been very illuminating because it's so in-depth. It's a massive book. I like big spines. I cannot lie. I love big books. I love big books, but they gotta be worth reading for me to lug around a big book. And that's one book I really would love to read more in depth. I've been like taking it apart here and there as I've been doing readings. Like if I have a internal question like, oh, I'm missing something, I'll go and use that. Oh, it's wonderful for you to hop in and like say hi and request a reading. I wish you all the best, and don't be so hard on yourself. A lot of people are struggling right now. So whatever it is you're facing, you got this. Crazy Sherbet, hi! Welcome in. So in case anyone didn't hear me, channel point readings. If you have channel points, you could request a reading. If you want to sit and let it accumulate, that's totally cool. It's kind of like a chill kind of day. I'm so sweet. Stop. I'm a grump. This is like a nice time for me. Streaming has always been a nice time for me. It keeps me away from mentally spiraling over my work. I love streaming. Stop. I'm nice because I have coffee. I'll put a lot of cream in here. That's but no, I mean, it's good. Earlier this week, I was struggling with anxiety. I had it on Blue Sky, if you ever went to check, but I was kind of feeling really anxious about like my revision. And I figured out why I was being so darn anxious and pushed through it. And eventually it went away because I was able to focus on what is working for me. And that was a huge struggle. So, being able to just vibe today, it's nice. It's really nice. It's also like a longer stream today. I just felt like hopping on earlier than usual. And it's just nice to see some people asking for readings before 3 p.m. Yeah, I've been really chatty today, which is good for me, being a, Gemini. Or at least one placement in Gemini. But if you were wanting like message of the day, that was in the very, very beginning of the stream. Eventually it will be on YouTube. You could watch that if you really are curious. Or on Twitch, in the thoughts. But today, I'm not doing like a major group readings or anything like that. It's just an open day for a request. Maybe I should put that down. Oh wait, I still have those backseating tags. I did. I've been doing Final Fantasy 7, no, not 7, 9 on Saturdays. I still have no spoilers, no backseating. Which I guess that kind of works for tarot. Hi, Cosmic. Happy Wednesday to you too. Oh well, I'm gonna still keep it up. I'm lazy. What was I looking for? Oh yeah. Channel point. Reading request. There we go. Oh, excuse me. There we go. It works for tarot? Yeah. You know what? Yeah, I could see that. For a while, I was having people who were like, oh yes, it's also Thursday. For those down under, happy Thursday to y'all. Yeah, you guys are getting into winter now. Oh, jeez. I hope it won't be too cold for you. Can I have a Kakarot reading? You love winter, let's go! But yeah, Cosmic, if you want a reading, it would be through the channel points. I did not spell that right in the title. Hold on. I am a professional streamer. Oh, by the way, I kind of have this Aerith kind of vibes. Not necessarily like with the necessarily with the jacket, that velvet jacket that she has, but like I have it with this plaid. Oh wait, I don't need the keyboard. What am I reaching for? But like, I'm slowly becoming my home girl. I love Aerith so much. Eventually, I will finish Final Fantasy VII. Is it Rebirth? Hold on. Yeah, it's Remake and Rebirth. So eventually I'll finish the Rebirth and deal with the same devastation I dealt with when I was a kid. God, I am not looking forward to it. I'm at the end where I'm at the Citra Temple. And they're laying down the hints hard. Like really hard. And I'm not happy whatsoever. Hydrate and stretch. Thank you so much for doing the stretch check. So I'm really going to do a gentle stretch. If you all have any water or fluids, drink them. I've been drinking mine. Also, if you have forgotten your meds, please do not forget. This is as far as I could go. I've been needing to do more exercise where I could like really bring this back. And this is like my weak point, which is like bending backwards. Which I hardly do anymore. Oh God. I guess I do need to stretch. Hi, new people coming in. We're doing a little bit of a hydrate and stretch. We're waiting for new readings to be requested. If you want a reading, it would be through the channel points. Okay. Good. Almost fall over. I look like I need it. I always need it. I always need it. I've been slouching so much ever since I got into this profession. I've been slumped over my desk all the time and oh, I didn't do this. Oh, I didn't do this. Oh God. I've been neglecting this part. Oh man, ow. I'm gonna do a more intense stretch tomorrow. I changed up my whole exercise routine from doing like these indoor walking, interval walking things to like a daily yoga kind of thing. You're doing better than me. So much effort. Oh. There are some benefits in being a little bit average in one's height. You know, you're able to like sit comfortably in a chair and not knock everything over while doing stretches. I guess that's a benefit. But I'm one of those people that I like the concept of chakras. And there's a set of yogas that are aligned with chakras. And I'm doing it where every day I do a different set of yogas. So today was the heart chakra, which is a lot of backward bending positions. I'm not quite there yet where I'm able to do that whole full backward bend. I don't have that trust in humanity to even do that. I just can't. Mm. Yeah, you're going to have to like move some things around to make it happen, which is perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. You have to take up space and make room. There's nothing wrong with that. If everyone has the tenacity of a short person, I think this world will be better. No one will have any self-doubt. Though it would be probably chaotic. That everyone has all this go, go, go energy. What was I saying? Oh yeah, and tomorrow is going to be the throat chakra. So another like neck associated backward bending kind of stuff I have to do. That's going to be fun for me tomorrow. Though I'm going to add on some of the tech neck stretches to try to alleviate some of the tension I have here. I always have issues with my neck ever since I was young. Even though I play violin, I always have issues with my neck and shoulders. That's where I keep most of my stress. So it's going to take a while for me to like get through that. I don't need any more go, go, go energy. I have ADHD. Right? It kind of comes and goes as it pleases, right? Though I wish, you know, I think I do. Okay, let me go ahead and clear the air. I'm not diagnosed. I don't have medication, so I really don't know. But I'm assuming that I am, because most of the people who do have ADHD said, I think you do. So I probably do have ADHD, but my issue is not the get up and go energy, but like daydreaming. I do a ton of daydreaming. I do a ton of mental gymnastics, which is how most femme, ADHDers have, or like how their stuff manifest. And when I write, it's always like dyslexic. I learned, I don't think I am truly dyslexic, she says, before taking any like test down the road. But whenever I write, I do have some words flip-flop, especially like verbs, or not verbs, like vowels in the words. They do like flip-flop on me most of the time. Sometimes I put in spaces before I like write out the rest of the word, and it takes a while for me to like clean up after myself after like I type everything out. Like I have a wonderful time typing things out, And then I realized, oh, I didn't spell that right because I switched some letters around. That's nice. Um, there was this one font which was the dyslexic font where supposedly it helps you like read the text without bouncing around. And I didn't believe it. And I gave it a shot, and it's like landing an airplane at an airport. And I was able to just lock in and read from word to word, top to down, without hopping around, without like daydreaming or whatever it was. And it was weird. And I kid you not, the mentality I had back then is like, but I'm normal. Everyone should have this font, right? You know, everyone like should make this font because it's easier to read. um, I didn't believe, you know, myself at the time, you know, that I have this issue. And it totally makes sense now looking back where I have an issue reading. Even though I read a lot when I was a kid, I do take my time with it. I don't skim. I just bounce around on the text, and then I kind of get distracted by something, daydream for a little bit, and then like I kind of reread the page that I was on. So that was a fun experience. Realizing, oh, that's not really normal. There are two parts. Oh, yeah, the ADHD and the ADD. Yeah. You have both. You could do both? You could do both? Wow. See, I thought back then they had it where it is two distinct parts, and I thought it's one camp over the other. And my sister totally had the ADD, where she totally zones out, totally goes into her headspace, no communication whatsoever, that type of thing, and doesn't like pay attention to her surroundings. She doesn't have that issue anymore. It's now like a normal ADHD thing, or at least I say it's normal, but like it's more functional, I should say. That's the thing. Is it functional or is it not functional? Because when it becomes unfunctional, where it really affects your life, that's when you really have to start taking like extreme measures, like getting medicine or something. I don't think I have issues, I say, without being diagnosed. A triple A battery. You're collecting the whole set. I do hear that there's a blur between autism and ADHD, and there's a lot of people who do have a mix between the two. And it's fascinating how things have changed over time for these past couple of decades, of how their research has come a long ways. Yeah, a lot of things do cross over, and I think it's just for them to help navigate themselves, how they help others more than anything. Like, okay, this person is experiencing these symptoms, it aligns with these categories. Let's just say these two categories are one just for this person, and we just go from there. I mean, like, I think it's for them more than anything to, like, help us out, you know, help out people who, like, need that type of help. So, yeah, that's my opinion, of course. I am not in the field. I'm just a consumer, you know. Level 2, there are levels. Oh, that's cool. Or I should say it's fascinating because there are like some parts of autism that can be very difficult to live with because it can become um, dysfunctional in some ways where it can interfere your what you want to do, you know, that type of thing. I know that it can be frustrating for some people sometimes. So higher level care. Oh, okay. So it's again more of a them thing, just trying to get their brain in gear and how to like help out. Okay, that makes sense. It's kind of funny how people are reacting to how these diagnoses are becoming more prevalent in our like society. I think it's just making people become more aware of um, neurological care that we're needing in this country, where it's like, you know, getting treatment at a hospital kind of situation. I hope we get there that someday. I hope we get there someday where, you know, they treat neurotypical, not neurotypical, neurological issues no different than like dealing with a broken bone or like having a cut or something like that and provide adequate care to that kind of situation. Ooh, in case ads have not kicked in yet, there are ads going on. So just chilling and vibing. Yeah. How do people do it nowadays? I think they do it this way now. I still like this. I know the Korean, you know, heart is this. I still like this type of heart. Though, welcome back. If anyone is back from ads, I've seen a lot of British people do this for hearts. I see a lot of British people do this for hearts, and I think they just don't have that articulation in their thumbs to like turn it out. So need a lot more help than the level 1 might need, but also can do a lot of things for yourself compared to a level 3. Looks more like an apple. That's a nice way of saying it. I like to think of it as butt. And for everyone else, welcome back from ads. I'm just chilling and vibing for any sort of tarot request coming in. If you want a tarot reading, you could do so through the channel points. As y'all want that, if you want a more in-depth reading, just sit around let the channel points accumulate, and then you get a more in-depth reading. Oop, let me allow that. I tend to have severe sensors for, obvious reasons. Yeah, wiggle that booty. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. I had some coworkers in the past ask me if I was autistic, and I personally don't think I do. I always see autistic people as very analytical and logical, you know, that type of thing. And I don't see myself as being one. Um, but if it does come up, I guess my coworkers were right, and they win in the betting game or whatever it is. Um, no, always it's a spectrum. Yeah, I keep hearing it's a spectrum. But, I'm okay. I'm a little bit quirky. I'm here. That's what matters. I'm able to do things that I want to do in this life. And that's okay. I do recognize that I can get overwhelmed very easily. And it can manifest into some outburst. And I learned very quickly that, how to regulate myself in that regard. So, don't know if that's like part of the whole conundrum, but like um, taking care of myself in that regard, at the very least, has proven very helpful. Goodness, I really need to learn how to complete my sentences. For you, you don't have analytical skills. Oh, so terror is your hyperfixation. That's cool. You know, even though I have done tarot since I was a kid, I wasn't always doing tarot. It was a once in a while kind of thing for me. But this past a couple of years ago or so, I really had gotten into tarot. Maybe it's part of the COVID effect, the post-COVID, reaction, where everyone is starting to like push the boundaries on mysticism and spiritual stuff. Especially now that, we're dealing with another disruptive, out of our control kind of force in our lives. There's a lot of people who are getting into like witchcraft. There's a lot of people getting into tarot. There's a lot of people getting into occult things. Um, Simply because it's a storm of political disinterest, with what's going on. I can't blame anyone who's doing that, of course. Everyone's journey is valid, the way I see it. Oh, cool! Oh, that's so awesome. It's been so ingrained in my life. I just consider it as part of my practice. I don't know how else to say it, like my own religious practice. I guess there's no other way to say it. Now I think about it. I can't really say it's a life practice. No, you're good. You're absolutely good. It's really refreshing to talk to people outside of my family about this kind of stuff. My family has been like so jaded to the point where it's like, oh, pass the salt. Like, I love you too. Like, I don't really talk about it that much because it's just like, what else is new? Oh, interesting. A lot of people are getting into paganism lately. I personally don't do any sort of paganism, but I'm not going to knock off anyone who does. Each to their own. That's what created this amazing country, this diversity. You know, freedom of religion, freedom of speech. Darn dang it. Those good old American values. Oh, Freya. You know, you probably already know this. The lore about Freya is how she get around. She has a sled that's pulled by. I keep thinking 20. I could be wrong, but it's all these cats. Her sled is pulled by a bunch of cats, and that's just so cool. Now, the Norwegian cats are huge. They're really huge. So I could see them pulling stuff if there's a whole team of them. I love those kind of lures. Oh, two big cats. Huh. I always see pictures of like multitudes. That's cute. Ooh, we're coming around to that time. Um, just letting y'all know, if y'all are wanting tarot readings, you could do so through the channel points. I don't have like a tarot list or anything like that. I'm completely wide open for any readings y'all have. If you want more in-depth readings, where you have more cards for your tarot spread, you could wait for more channel points to accumulate. Otherwise, you're more than welcome to request some if y'all want. I'm just chilling and vibing and talking about stuff. I do love reading about mythologies. I was grown. What the heck? I grew up reading like Grecian mythologies, and of course, you know, them being absorbed into the Roman mythologies. Um, Eventually, I learned about the Norse mythologies. Those are fun too. Um, there's some books that are coming out that explores African stories and fables that I would love to get my hands on. It would be so much fun to like read about them and enjoy them. I just love reading about those type of things. Then again, I'm a storyteller. I love stories. There's one Grecian mythology retelling that I had read. I guess it was during COVID. It was Circe. It was the book about Circe, the Grecian witch, um, who was able to contend with the wiliest of all like Grecians, which was Odysseus. And the retelling was really cool. Was a wonderful perspective. But my goodness, it does deal with being isolated. And at that time, when everyone is isolated, it was hitting too close to home. And I just didn't like seeing myself in that book. And I just had to stop and come back to it like a year later. Oh, interesting. I don't have cards about spiritual guides. It's a swan. Okay. Now I'm curious. Well, I know for sure it's not Morrigan. I don't think it's Boudica. There is one that do transform themselves into a swan often. But I'm not able to like say it very well. There's the river deities. Well, I'm just trying to verify who they are, because there are all these different names of all the river deities. And this is a really long one. Oh, there's poems. Let's read the poem. In the still land of promise that no storm of bloodshed mars, the deathless maid gained the fame that was her undoing. The daughter bright Lacar, whom I celebrate. A well with flow unfailing is by the edge of a chilly river, as men celebrate its fame, whence springs 7 main streams. Here thou findest the magic lore of Sagas with excellence under the fresh spring. Over the well of mighty waters stands the poet's music-haunted hazel. The woman Lacar of full chastity followed the stream of sages until she reached the river's brink and met destruction and utter frustration. The one that transforms seems right to me. Okay. And there the comely lady was drowned and perished under heavy injury. Though the woman of warlike ardor is dead, her noble name clave to her river. Let's make sure this maiden is the swan. Okay. They're talking about the history. Oh, that's something else entirely. See, I don't like the Google, chat AI because it's not always correct. And I just want to make sure that I'm getting it right from the proper sources. So I'm reading through Women, Water, and Wisdom, which is from Heritage Island, Ireland. Um, so don't rush off yet. Let me just keep on looking. It is common that old deities were transformed into like folk heroes and Celtic tellings because of the Christianization that occurs as people like wanting to get into Christianity. They're encouraging people to leave those type of heritages behind, and they decided to just convert them into folk heroes as they're like writing stories about them. So sometimes you will see where they talk about like, oh, this hero or this king or this druid or whoever. It could easily had been a deity they used to worship, but it's never really confirmed because there's no written accounts beforehand. It's always like oral. Let me. You could look up Heritage Ireland. Let's see. There's a lot of deities that does swans. Oh, okay. So there's different names for swans depending where you go. Iala in Scots Gaelic, Iala in Irish, Alach in Welsh, Alach with the H separated in Britain, Ola in Max, Alarg in Cornish. So swan has different names. Let's see. Little wonder then that these birds of the family Antidae with the they're just being like really particular. It's no wonder that these swans are associated with the gods and goddesses of the pre-Christian Celtic people. So there may be more than one deity that has this ability of transformation. So if you really want to get specific, they have to show themselves in a different way. They're seen as having links to the otherworld, reaching through mists, hills, lakes, ponds, wetlands, caves, burial sites, cairns, mounds. That's like every single like religious, spiritual area. They talk about the specific species. Let's get into specifics here. Come on. There is one legend called the Children of Lear, L-I-R. This Irish legend tells of the clan Lear and the stories recounted in mythology. It's also mentioned in the Book of Invasions that was compiled in the 11th century. Oh, Lir, Lir, was a sea god and father of the legendary Menannen MacLir. Yeah, I think at the very least, meditating by a body of water. Just make sure you don't drown. We'll be okay. Okay, let's see. So here's the legend. Lir, which is the sea god, said to be the father of Fionnuala and Aid, Feitra, and Con. The statue in Dublin is based on the legend of these 4 children of Lir. So there's 1 daughter, 4 sons. His spouse is Av, Aiobh, which I am butchering this, just letting y'all know. When she had passed away, he married his sister, Aoife, Aiofe. In time, she grew jealous of the children's love for their father and their, deceased mother. So she cast a spell upon them, changing them into swans. So that's why there's multitudes. The spell was to last 900 years, 300 years on Lauder Varog, 300 on the Sea of Moyle, and 300 on Iris Domnan near Inishglora. It would only be lifted when they heard the bell of the new god. When Lir had learned of her actions, he had banished her as a demon of the air, he cast her out of the sea, as it were. And she became part of the air domain. So after 900 years, the time of Tuatha De Danann had passed, and by the aid of this monk, Machua, the children heard the sound of a church bell. So this is talking about the influence of Christianity, and the spell was lifted and they had turned back into their human form, but they had quickly aged and they did pass away. But they're no longer swans. There's another tale. It's a Scandinavian tale of a princess who fell in love with this folk hero, and she had transformed herself and her maidens into swans to travel from her country over to visit this hero of Cuchulainn, which of course I'm butchering the names. So if you're really into Norse mythology, she could have been that princess that they're mentioning too. Or at least they labeled her as a princess. It could have been a deity that was influencing the locals because of the Viking invasions that were going on. Or at least the trade that was going on. And some of those people had worshipped that deity that no longer do because of the christening that was happening. And even one just transferred the name over in a different way. So I'm going to give you this link. There's so much. There's so much going on. So there's that link about Swan Celtic mythology, and there's this poem that I talked about. But overall, if you just contemplate by the water, it wouldn't hurt. I really like the diversion. There's a lot of the mythology I don't know about the Celts. But the swan is very, very important in that whole region. Yeah, I think it's worthy of research. There's nothing wrong with it. Okay, so I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I've been keeping myself hydrated, and there are consequences to being hydrated, so I gotta go. But I will be right back. If y'all need readings, go ahead and just request them through the channel points, and I'll get to them in a sec. I'll be right back, everyone. Okay. I'm back. Thank you so much for your patience. That was a really cool diversion. I love exploring stuff like that and learning something new. So that was fun for me to do so. Oh, and just wanted to reiterate everyone's personal journey is totally for you. You know, your own spiritual journey, what you want to do, how you wish to worship. Um, I come from the land that, you know, we used to have like freedom of religion. You know, you get to like pursue whatever religion you wish to practice. And that's kind of like my mentality about anything. So come as you are. Oh, okay. Well, thank you for redeeming the Celtic cross. Let's dive into it. You know, I was mentioning earlier, I haven't done the Celtic cross in a while, and now today I got two of them. That's so awesome. Yeah. I will be more than happy to explain it. It's a really good situation awareness kind of thing. It does a whole encompassing view of the situation, like the querent, where they're coming from with this question, what had happened to them that led up to this point, their current situation, where they're heading into next, the current more in-depth situation that they have, etc. It's a really well-rounded kind of format. It used to be the only thing I had done for like my whole life. Okay, so this covers you. We got the Knight of Cups. This crosses you. We have the Eight of Wands in reverse. This crowns you. We got the Page of Cups. This is below you, which is the Sun in reverse. We got Page of Pentacles in reverse. That is behind you. Ahead of you is the King of Cups. King of Wands. My goodness. King of Wands in reverse. This is you. Six of Cups. Hi, Candy Yams. Welcome in. This is your environment. Your hopes and dreams. And overall message. Okay, I'm going to have to get the advanced tarot for these two. Just want to double check some things. And these guys for sure. Let's see. Hold on. Let me think here. Yeah, I'm going to have to double check the pages. Yep, wrong way. It looks intimidating. I guess it's because of this card. I'm sorry. Um, Temperance is always about patience. So, whatever it is that we're going through, or whatever is revealed, um, moderation and patience go the long way. Goes steady as she goes. That's probably the best way of saying it. So keep that in mind as we dive into this. Steady as she goes is the best way. Oh, great. My one earpiece had died. All right, let's get into the pages here. Okay, let me. Surprised there's no devil? Oh, we do have one here. There's one. It's right there. All right, let me look at the chariot. What are we hoping for? Oh, what? Too fast. There we go. I'm sorry I'm taking a while. Oh, you're in no rush? Okay. Because I want to make sure I'm not stepping on any toes here. Suspicious username. Thank you for the follow. Enjoy your lurk if you want to continue lurking. Okay. Okay, thank you for the redeem. After this, I will go ahead and do yours. No. You're fine. You'll be up next after this. Okay. So usually, Knight of Cups talks about romance. Um, I'm not really seeing like romance in that sense. I'm seeing like creative endeavors. Talking about like um, wanting to initiate um, stuff that you are passionate about that is emotionally fulfilling for you. And usually that is like the arts or something that is of the creative mindset. Um, Something that's not typically perceived as practical by a lot of people. Um, so it's really just focusing on those type of aspects. It could also talk about romance. I'm taking the non-romance route here and talking about this spread. Um, there is something you are passionate about that you have your heart set on, as shown by the Knight of Cups. The Knight of Cups is kind of like your situation, what you're experiencing, or at least the focus of the whole format. And the cross is like the obstacle or any hiccups you have in this situation. And here we just seeing like the Eight of Wands indicating the lack of progress in whatever creative endeavor that you are pursuing. That type of stagnation is not like dead in the waters. There is still progress. It's just not as fast as you want it to be. There is still movement, but you're dealing with delays and restrictions and more delays and postponements, cancelizations, stuff like that, from the Eight of Wands here. Because you're going after your funding, so you have to wait. Oh. Okay. So it is recognizing with this being below the question. So in the top, the crown is usually about what is the question about? It's kind of like reiterating what they ask. So when people do things cold or like, I don't know, you are going to have to guess the question I have in my head. Usually this is the card that kind of like highlights that question. And this is like the root of why that question is being asked. So this is recognizing that you're feeling down. Like down in the dumps, depressed, really, really not grief stricken, but like really blue. Really sad and upset, very disappointed, with what's going on. Not in an anxiety kind of way, not in a mental illness kind of way, but like this severe disappointment where like the skies are gray kind of scenario. So that is the root of this with the Page of Cups here, which iterates pursuing one's creative endeavors, or like wondering whether you should pursue something new. You know, a new endeavor, a new friends, new creative stuff, new passions. Let me go ahead and make sure I'm saying the Page of Cups right. Or at least that is the proponent. Proponent? At least that is the most forward thinking question you kind of have. For instance, it's like no more creative career opportunities, like an illustrator finding a colorist, or someone finding a publisher, trying to make these new creative connections, making those kind of friends, you know, of that sense. And it's just letting you know that's what you're thinking of, and they're just letting you know here it's valid that you're upset that, you know, things are not progressing the way you wanted to with this Eight of Wands here because of the delays, the stagnation, postponements, etc. So this is all correlating here in that whole column type of thing. In the past, we have the Page of Pentacles upside down. Okay, so it's a lack of financial commitment in the past, which you're saying that you're having issues with this government not giving you the funding. So there's a lack of financial commitment here. And the general question of whether you should progress on this trajectory, it's probably not going to go through very well because we have that King of Wands in reverse. I keep seeing the president as this. He has a tendency to manifest as a reverse King of Wands, this very impatient, impulsive kind of person. He just tends to come up in my readings in this way. So, for me, this impulsiveness really makes things dicey in the future. And it's going to be really hard to see if anything is going to go or not as we continue on this path. If that makes sense. It's not saying that you're going to be impulsive or you're going to be reckless or anything like that. It's just letting you know the whims of this particular situation is based on the whims of this person. Unfortunately. So you yourself, Six of Cups, we're talking about this need of going back to routine, going back to what is familiar, and kind of like a little bit of nostalgic. So there could be like some feelings of like, oh, the good old days where I don't have to deal with this. There could be that sense of feeling coming through. It's also kind of reiterating this sense, not reiterating, because you're looking back at the good old days or the happy moments, you may be thinking about like a little bit of nostalgia, looking back into your childhood, or like the college days or the heydays where you don't have these type of disruptions, you know, the happier parts of your life that had, accumulated in your whole experience living in this world. So, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong in wishing for better days. Nothing wrong in tapping into that inner child for that joy. Before diagnosis, for self awareness. Yeah, yeah, innocence is bliss, right? Or ignorance is bliss, or something like that. Um, there's nothing wrong in wanting, um, that type of care. You know, in a way, it's healing for you. There's nothing wrong with that. A lot of people are doing that right now, diving into stuff that gives them some level of joy in this whole situation, while everything is all being topsy-turvy. The environment is unfortunately toxic. Um, since we were talking about work, or like your creative passions, we're talking about a very toxic environment with the devil here. This is talking about like addictions that have gone too far. And this is not like a literal addiction type of thing. This is more about like a toxicity that is surrounding your pursuit of this creative endeavor. Not necessarily the people that are toxic, but the situation is very toxic because they're making promises they can't keep. Once they made that promise, it's like psych. You can't really trust them for their word. Sometimes it is your relationship with your family. Sometimes. But I think this is about like the situation as a whole. Because like you said, you were talking about wanting this funding for this creative endeavor, and sometimes you're getting one message that's a yes, and then you're getting a message that's like, oh no, wait, never mind. And then you have this loop of like keeping you in this turmoil, and this passive aggressiveness in multitudes of ways, like through paperwork, through talking to some of these representatives. Right. That kind of leads into the issues of stagnation and delays that you're experiencing. So that kind of like runabout. And it is rather toxic because what promises were there were gone. The security that was once established is toast. No one knows what's going on because it's all topsy-turvy. It's renovation in a kind of bad way. There is a fear that because of this frustration that you're experiencing, you're afraid that you're going to go AWOL, that you're going to lose control of the whole situation. The Chariot talks about control. It's not just the vehicle, it's like how you drive your person as a vehicle. Okay. And it's this fear of losing control of everything. You don't have the reins on the situation. Someone is driving the bus, they're going over the speed limit, and you don't have the seatbelt. That kind of fear that's going on in this whole situation. But there is good news. They're letting you know, steady as she goes. Okay, temperance is here. It wouldn't be here for a reason. Okay. Even though you're dealing with these frustrations and these delays, that doesn't mean your efforts are non-existent. Okay, there is a good reason you're doing this, and it is a good thing, and it is something you should persevere and continue. So it's just letting you know with temperance, you keep at it, at the very least. You may have to do some pivoting to account for this, but that doesn't mean you give up. You may have to look for other alternatives to get what you need, to do what you want. But don't stop. That's the general message of the temperance. You know, no matter how sucky the situation is, don't give up, keep going. And it's going to be slow. Have some patience. And that's really hard when you're dealing with this kind of energy here. Ooh, ads are going to kick in real soon. If you have any more questions, I'll answer them. The positive is it's worth it. What you're doing is worth it. I don't think you should depend on this. Personally. There may be another way of doing this. I'm going to go ahead and look up at temperance to see if there's any more stuff to help you out here. Okay, so I may do this. Okay. I'm gonna wait until you're done with ads and then I'll continue on. Wow. Okay. So another symbolism with temperance, it has a Sagittarius connection. Sagittarius is about academics, philosophy, and travel. So there's a chance you could pivot into a teaching position or a position that requires you to travel. Probably some academic connections or a way to make this career or make some connections on the road or something like that. It is talking about like teaching or doing some sort of study for a new occupation. It could take place in a school, a private course, university, a independent academy, some sort of workplace training. It is also for travel, regular trips in your career path. Interstate travel, etc. In any case, yeah, actually travel for sure, because we do have the Eight of Wands here. It's leaning more into travel than teaching, but you may want to consider opportunities that requires you to make some connections on the road and be a mentor or some sort of online course that you could construct, that you could impart some of this creative knowledge onto others. I don't know what NDIS is, but it could help you accrue the funding that you need because you're reaching out to more people that are not just the government. It could be through universities, it could be through schools, high schools, elementary schools. It could be private institutions. You could do a lot of coursework and create a coursework plan. Do online, stuff where people could sign up to have like online courses. Do virtual stuff if you want. Do stuff like that. Get funding in that way. So there's other ways to get funding that doesn't necessarily depend on this person who is doing things on a whim. But definitely don't give up on pursuing, this in creative passion, this endeavor. Definitely don't give up on it. You just may want to pivot. National Disability Insurance Scheme. Agency for the scheme you're getting for your autism. Oh. Okay, I misunderstood. I thought it's a creative thing. But if you are wanting to get into the creative field, like, okay, so you're the person of passion. There is something you are wanting to pursue that works with your sensibilities, that you want to connect with other people, but because you are not able to make that connection due to the lack of financial commitments, you're not really going on a... Oh, you haven't made a commitment to it yet. Okay. That explains the Chariot not having any control, because you haven't made a commitment, and thus you haven't had a drive to follow through. Go to school. Go to school. You could travel. There are art academies out there. There are lessons you could learn on YouTube. There are courses online that you could take. Eventually you will find a occupation or a craft that really sings with you, that you could really lock down on. but you won't know unless you immerse yourself in it. So take yourself into some sort of educational format, whether it's at home or in a traditional sense. You don't have to go traditional if you don't want to, or something. But do get yourself some education. Don't give up on it. And maybe that is talking about like your family for sure. Because I was thinking, my apologies, I was thinking that you're taking care of a art institute that requires funding. So that's on me. My apologies. Elderly healthcare worker. Yeah, going to school, probably traveling. It may require some travel. Maybe your job has the means for you to travel around. Maybe there's an occupation that will come up. Um, Nothing wrong in acquiring more education and knowledge. Pursuing that. It could also be another occupation you may have to go to in order to continue on those passions. But don't give up on it, is what I'm trying to say. And definitely do look at pivoting. Understandable, you're feeling overwhelmed and with the whole like situation here, and it's I didn't realize you were dealing with a lack of commitment in what you want to do, which totally makes sense now, because this is about like not only lack of commitment in finances, but like in what you wish to invest in. And the Chariot tends to talk about what drives us more than anything. And how do we control ourselves as we are driven towards our pursuits. Oh, the King of Wands. Well, this is your future. So we have your question, the root of your question. This is your past, and this is the future. The future doesn't look great as you continue on the way you are, because this is based on the whims of someone who's very reckless, inconsistent, impulsive, possibly dangerous, possibly violent, because they're very explosive. Tantrums, anger, not really leadership qualities. It may not be the person looking at your case file. It could simply be the chain of command that's coming down and everything switchblading between these whims that are impulsive and reckless. So, I personally don't think you should stay where you are. But I do think you don't stay. I'm encouraging you to pivot. Steady as she goes. in the sense of pursuing your goals. Keep at it. But recognize you may have to do it through another occupation, through some sort of education, maybe going into some sort of college or like some sort of formal educational course. And it may require you to travel more. I'm seriously thinking it's more about travel because we do have the Eight of Wands here than anything else. But I think this is more of an overarching, the forest is influencing the trees kind of situation. It may not be as microscopic as you may think it is. I think the microcosm here is this situation about you thinking about your childhood in the good old days and the environment where it is relatively toxic. This could be a reflection of your home environment, for sure, if you're having conflicts right now. It could also be the overarching toxicity that's influencing the delays and frustrations and postponements. There's multiple layers to this whole environment situation that encompass the whole thing. Now, if you're experiencing conflict right now, I personally think this is about the future. This one here is about your future, not your past, not your current situation. And I'm sorry that you're going through current conflicts, because this is what you're currently dealing with right now with yourself and with your home environment. But this is the future, and what I'm picking up that is connected to these delays is what's going on a national level. Hi, Kesla. Welcome in. Now you're beginning to understand it. I see. So, think on it. I think it's a really good message. Don't give up on what you're pursuing. Do keep at it. Do have the tenacity to continue, but you're going to have to pivot. And I think either travel or education will be beneficial for you. Oh, thank you, Kesla, for the redeems. I'll do those in a second. Oh, no, don't wait. You could do those anytime. We have 30 minutes left. Suspicious username. Are you still here? Yay! Hi. Oh, let me get this on. So you said a general question. Do you want to be specific? Answering the door. I did not answer the door. Oh, I see. That's totally cool. Thank you for your patience. Celtic card readings are very, they can be pretty intense. I wish you good luck, Tesla. Good luck on your job interview. I hope it goes well. Hi, me, Danny. Welcome in. I'm doing pretty well today. Queue is open. If you want to get in, you could get in through the channel points. I'm currently doing suspicious right now. And once again, thank you for your patience. Okay, let's see what they're talking about. Okay, it's possible you had an argument with someone who is generally a joyful person who likes spontaneity, that is very adventurous or courageous at heart. It's possible you had an argument with them. So it's giving you some it's giving you some advice about this. Not sure if argument. There's some sort of conflict that had occurred, and there's some sort of defeat from the said battle, quote unquote. It's very vague. So it's going to give you some advice how to approach it, which is the Page of Swords upside down. Okay, it definitely talks about someone using the words without thinking through, that had confused or hurt others, such as gossip. Or poorly written communication. Or just a really long, rambling talk or lecture. So they're just letting me know that this may not be the best way forward. So whatever you were thinking of, it's too long, too wordy. Probably not the best way to go about it. There's also going to be delays in receiving information about this situation. Okay. It's also talking about all bark and no bite kind of situation. The situation was straightforward, so was the problem. Let me see what the conflict is. Actually, so were you not wanting to resolve anything? You're just going to leave it hang? You don't want to resolve the conflict? It's over? Is that where you're coming from? Because it's talking about like one's words doesn't match one's actions. They're quick to make promises, but they slow to deliver. For instance, someone who tends to make plans for the weekend, but then they cancel in the last minute. But they're just making a lot of unilateral decisions. So they're not communicating with you. They're not communicating with you. They're not considering you. Yeah, that's what I meant. They're not communicating with you. They're not taking you into their decisions. Communication is a two-way street. Telling you what to do and then just doing it without any forethought is not communication. Oh, you're just allergic to pets. And they went ahead and get it? Okay. Okay, so it's not giving advice. So I'm going to ask for more advice. Now that makes a lot more sense. A lot of people think that talking is communication. It's not. Coordination is communication. A two-way agreement between people is communication. We're having no talking. They say one thing, they do another. Okay. Ultimatums. Are they making ultimatums? You may have to make an ultimatum. If it's not like a serious relationship. If you're not married to this person, you could walk anytime. Oh, they just wanted their way. Okay. Let's see what kind of advice they have here. Okay. Time. Let's see here. Okay, the Emperor card. No, you're not trauma dumping. You're not trauma dumping. I just want to make sure I am making sense. You're not trauma dumping at all. In fact, you're not saying anything at all, which is hard for me to understand whether I'm helping you or not. So, the Emperor is talking about not setting your boundaries, not setting your intentions, and not putting your foot down. For whatever reason, this person is walking over you and you're just letting it happen. If you're the type of person that says, oh, I'm going to go ahead and walk, that's it, it's over, and you don't, it's letting them know that all you say is just talk. You don't really deliver the punishment, if you will. So I think you need to set your boundaries. State that, hey, this is going to kill me. I am allergic. I can't have these pets. I can't be with them. I have to get medicine. And if they get them and you're allergic to them, you either need to tell them to get rid of the pets or you leave. And if they don't get rid of the pets, you leave. You have to follow through. This is about not you following through. Yep. And there's nothing wrong in having pets. You could make a concession about getting medicine. But if you are deathly allergic and they're not respecting your autonomy as a person, they're not going to respect you for anything else. Yeah, right. Like, I know ads are going on, so it's possible that ads may cut into this conversation. Please do let me know when that happens. But if you are definitely allergic to, say, peanut butter, and they decide to surprise you by putting peanut butter in your food, even though they know you are allergic to peanut butter, that is crossing a boundary. That is toxic and lethal. They're not taking your autonomy as a person into account. They're being very selfish, and it's wrong for them to do that to you. I wish we could make it work, but thank you. Right. You're just going to have a spine. It's harsh for me to say it, but you just can't keep saying things and not follow through. You're going to have to set your boundaries. Because honestly, if they're not going to respect you, what else are they going to do that is disrespectful, that doesn't take you into account? It could get worse from here. So, I'm sorry, I have to be blunt, but it's either you or the pet, and you're going to have to lay down the ground rules. Do communicate. Do let them know that this is serious. You are going to follow through. Oh, you're welcome. I'm so glad we finally got there. I was really confused. I thought something was wrong. And I'm glad that we made it in the end, in an understanding. Okay. Some people get really sensitive with me being so blunt, and it is something I'm working on, having this bedside manner, and it's something I'm not really skilled in. I tend to be very blunt. I have a lot of placements in Sagittarius, and I'm also a Gemini. But no, stick to your guns. definitely stick to your guns. Do follow through. There will be someone who's going to love you and respect you, and if they do wish to have a pet, that's not going to induce allergies. They will respectfully let you know and coordinate and work with you. That is a healthy relationship. That is worth keeping. Hard not to be a squishy donut. Hey, donuts are delicious. Someone will want to take a bite out of you. Just saying. Oh no! You deserve a good relationship. Don't deny it. Don't deny yourself a good, healthy relationship that's going to respect you having allergies. And Boston cream donuts are really good. Oh, you're welcome. It wasn't really giving advice, it was just saying, this is what has been going on. And I was frustrated. I was like, what in the heck? So, no, you're good. You're absolutely good. How much time do I have? Ooh, I have 9 minutes left. Unless someone wants, like, some yes or no readings, I think that's it for today's stream. I appreciate it. Now I want donuts. Yeah, go for it. Absolutely go for it. Last call for really quick readings. I only have like 9 minutes left. I'm gonna try my best to go fast. There are only 100 channel points if y'all want them. And subscribers get oracle cards, and it's going to be this little card here, or deck. Oh, that is a blessing. Thank you. I do hope someday I'll get some donuts. Go forth and eat happily with some donuts. This is a donut positive stream. Man, earlier this week I had donuts. Or was it this past weekend? I know I had donuts recently. Now I want more. Oh yeah! Okay. Let's see. Oh, now you're talking. Now you're talking. With a good book. Though I have to say, I do love coffee. I'm a coffee person. Okay, well, we got more. Overall positive. 2 cups. A beneficial partnership coming together. We have the 10 of Pentacles, which is very good overall for finances. Financial stability. This is something you can stick with for a while to accrue one's wealth and finances. And the devil is in reverse here, which is about breaking toxic cycles. breaking toxic habits, cutting off toxic people. So this may be a positive step in that direction. Hopefully. A total renovation here. So overall, really good. We'll see how it goes tomorrow. It was supposed to be one car. But I guess it was just too happy. Yeah, absolutely. And a very positive, a very positive connection that is emotionally fulfilling and also financially stable. Alrighty. 4 more minutes. Last calls. Closing time. Do 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 do. Yeah, funny how that works. Yeah. You get 1 card, you get 3. You ask them, hey, what does this mean? And they're like, yeah. Like, thanks, cards. Since we have enough people here for a raid, I'm going to look for a raid. Hello, ready. 7 Days to Die? I don't think so. Do y'all want Outer Wilds? Oh. Yes, that is the link. There's also this too. If you want to look at my book, if y'all can't afford buying my book, do check it out in the library. It is available through the library systems. At the very least, you could order it as an ebook. Right now, we don't have a audiobook. That is still in the works. Just finding the right narrator to bring the story to life. There's a lot of spinning plates right now that they're going through. So it will be a while before a audiobook will happen. I'm seriously thinking, if you don't want tarot, we could go for Outer Wilds. That's very chill and very cool. And she's also a really, really sweet person. She's also doing it for the first time. So, if you want to watch something that's like fun to like see someone experiencing something for the first time, I think that would be a joyful experience. Oh, what the heck. We're gonna do a itty bitty raid. Let me make sure that I have everything all set up. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Let's see. What should we do for the raid? So if y'all have the emotes, y'all could do variations of space and just spam that in the chat. And you could also offset it with that emote. If you have that emote, if not, anything galactic. We also have sparklers. For followers. So you could copy and paste that yourself if you want to use that for a raid message. I'm going to go ahead and send us over to Foxtrot. They're playing Outer Wilds for the first time, and I think that's a very cozy and fun stream to experience. And I totally trust her in taking care of all of you. She's such a sweet, sweet person, and such a wonderful energy to be around. So I wish you all the best. This coming Saturday will be the continuation of Final Fantasy IX, getting into the thick of it with the Outer Continent. And next week, it will be after Easter. Well, I'll do some cool, fun readings about the Taurus season. We'll be getting into Taurus season this weekend. If you happen to celebrate Easter, I hope you have a wonderful Easter. If you celebrate the rest of Passover, I hope the rest of this Passover will be wonderful and fruitful for you. Please stay safe, everyone. Take care of yourselves. And please have some little bit of joy in your life. I'll see you all later. Take care. Bye-bye.